There you go. Now we should have microphone, everything should be fine. All right. What are we doing? We are going to be continuing our documentation lookup tool. The purpose of which is really just to show how we can use the Odin parser that is included with the language to do things like code generation, create tools that understand Odin code, or at the very least they get some information from Odin code, etc. So the plan for this stream now is going to be, one, we're probably going to output some markdown, probably. So what I was thinking was, effectively we can query a package for functions, types probably. So we need to add type support. Meaning we can query this like, hey, what are the types of this package? What are the procedures, etc., and get that in markdown format. That's the idea. So that's what we're doing. Let's see here. Right, I added a to-do yesterday because I briefly watched the stream and noticed that I missed that every file actually comes with its source here. So you can just use f source as a string instead of reading the data here. So we should, so when we run here on the right side, you can see this is the output we're currently getting. My hypothesis is that we can simply do this, and instead of file data here, we're just going to say f source, and that should give us the same thing. That did not give us the same thing because that's a string. So what we can do here is we can really just say transmute like this, and that gives us the same thing. So now we can remove a bunch of this stuff here. We don't have to propagate an error as well. So that's nice. That's a lot nicer than this was before. Now, let's spit out some of this information in terms of, like, let's see if we can spit out some information that looks a little bit prettier, maybe. Let's just try something, right? So, we can say if declaration is not nil. First of all, we can do this, which should give us, right, that only prints the ones that aren't nil. And now we can basically, we don't really want to spit this out to a document. I'm going to go with standard out actually. So kind of what we really want to do here is perhaps just a, we could do a printf here, and we could string build this. That's usually what I do. Depends a little bit, right? If you have a very disjointed set of writes, then a builder is usually a lot better. If you have a lot of conditionals and so on that are going to impact the writing and probably a little bit of a longer call stack, then a builder is really useful. Here we really do have only one place to kind of print this, so I think maybe we just go with this here. I mean, here we could say this basically. This would be before, obviously. Here I'm gonna go with this, and we can do double new line. Well, we can do colon Yeah, there's a small change I'm gonna actually make to this. I'm actually gonna go with this right now, and I'll sort that out. It's gonna make sense, trust me. So if our declaration docs is not empty string, we also want to I think this should be fine, and then %s. So here we want, oh right, yeah. Let's do, okay, now we may as well do this. Okay, switch D in declaration. D is already used up there, so let's say DT. I really hate these short names where they're not short enough to actually make a difference. We're gonna do this now though. So this is a switch on this. Here we can actually have the nil case here. We don't really need that though. We can say procedure here. And in this case, we know it's not nil, so we can do this. And this would be the name, the type, and if the docs is not nil, we want this one here. Let's try that. I probably have something wrong, but it's fine. Ah, right. Right, so we have two things that we want to sort out first. We also want here to printf. Yeah, this is sort of the basic format, and again I'm going to modify a thing here so we can, so this can make more sense, the output on the right. What we want to do here is really offset the type start by 4 effectively. So pos here is a pos value, right? So what we really kind of want to do here is essentially something like this. Mind you, this is now not in sync with anything else. What we could do to make this make more sense in reality is just say type start is equal to this offset plus 4, right? And then type end would be the offset here. This allows us to keep a, now we have our view of this. The only thing we care about is offsets. We don't need the whole pos. I'm not modifying part of the pos and basically invalidating everything else in it, and so on. This also means the get file content needs to take not a pos, but rather an int for both of these. And of course, now we can just do this. And we're seeing here again that the purpose of this function is looking not so useful, right? If we were to let's just say this here, right? We might as well do this, right? And get file content doesn't really need to exist in any meaningful way. These are also offsets. And here again, we can just say data docs. Something like that. Docs. Right, these are not posses anymore, they're just ints. Oppa. There you go. So what I did there was I offset the start of the type by 4, meaning we always cut off the proc section of this. That's really it. Nothing super interesting going on there really, but yeah. And so now we have essentially markdown output where the head, so the headings are the function names and their section content is the comment. And of course, when it comes to the section content, we can see that when we do have a comment, we have a little bit more than we want. So the most straightforward way of doing this, of course, would be to say, here's the doc string, or doc slice, depending on how you really want to. This is the doc slice, which can also be a string if we want it to be. We could literally just do this. We should be able to at least. Doc string, doc slice. Right. So what we can do strings replace. Which takes an S, right? So that's our doc, let's say doc slice for now. I'm going to rename it. So we have old, which is this. We can do, yeah, I don't necessarily like this, but whatever. This should be something like this. Replace, I think, tells you if it was allocated, if anything was allocated. So this is the first function we actually legitimately, or the first thing here where we are actually allocating something. So I'm gonna add mem allocator here. Let's see. Which G glyphs? Where are we? Trimmed in the bottom. Where am I? Oh, in the editor. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah. I actually haven't really noticed it. You're definitely right? If we look at this string here, the G is definitely getting cut off. That's true. No, this is gonna bother me now. Thank you for pointing this out. I'm gonna have to switch font after the stream. That's annoying. Now, actually, is it the font? This makes me wonder now. Hang on. So I'm just gonna try to eliminate Okay, yeah, it's still there like that. What if we... I wonder if it's... So here's the font size I usually use, right? Oh yeah, hang on. So when I increase this, yeah, here it's not. You probably can't see that so well, right? Yeah, it's definitely so. MG, you're I think you're on the money. It's it has to do with the font size to some extent. I can definitely see that there's some cutoff going on here. Still, the question is maybe, does that apply if does it apply only when you resize on demand? That would be a question worth asking. So let's see, kitty conf. I don't know what the, let's say we set it to something ridiculous like 24. And then we, right, so now we can see it's large. It's large by default now, right? From the beginning. Now I'm gonna, opa. No, it's definitely also like, even if you don't resize, it's like this at the higher font sizes. Then let's do, let's say less lookup. Yeah, it's still there. Like, this is a fundamental font rendering problem. Presumably with cat as well, right? Yeah, 100%. Well, in this case, it's presumably the font combination with the terminal. Do I have anything else? I don't have ghosty either. What font is this? Does anyone know? Interesting, actually. I don't hate this font. Give me a G. Where's that? Where are they? Yeah. Look at this. Look at this beautiful G. So let's use... Let's use the same font in Ghosty, right? Let's figure out how to configure Ghosty. Motherfucker. What on earth? Why is my... Okay, so Firefox is not working for me anymore. That's interesting. What the fuck are you doing? I have no fucking idea what this program is doing right now. Okay. Fair enough. How do you configure Ghosty? Font family. What? What is happening? Was it not Ghosty plus list fonts? Well, sorry for that. Fair enough. I think this is the one I was using before, right? So if we cat our Ubuntu, right? So is it basically the same? How do you set a setting in Ghosty? You just say equals? This black screen is not encouraging. Is this our new instance? Presumably it is, and it didn't go super well. Why is it so slow to start? Is that just the initialization? That's weird. I don't feel like it usually takes that long. Is this even the right font? How do I even tell, to be honest? Font size is also a setting. Let's set that. Nothing updates in real time. That's a little bit disappointing, isn't it? What do people do with this? Does anyone use Ghosty? I have to reload the chat. Hang on. Yeah, it's just a very simple utility for outputting types and functions from Odin packages. That's it. Nothing super interesting, to be honest. It's just a way to show how straightforward it is to use the Odin parser from the libraries. That's it. So you're not missing much hairy pixels. If you already knew that, that's, fine. Also, we're here to sort of hang out as well. What is... How do you... Let's see. Ghosty reload config. Oh, okay. Interesting. So if I do this now, let's see here. I'm gonna exit this. We're gonna bump the size up a little bit, and presumably, yeah. Yeah, let's just do this like this, I suppose. Actually, slightly smaller. If someone has issues, by the way, seeing the text, just let me know. What am I doing here? Right, N. And we also want to capture, of course, the new doc string. And we are calling get declaration here, and let's just say context allocator for now. Right, was allocation is going to be a thing. Allocated. Did allocate. Not that it matters, to be completely honest, that much, but doc string. There you go. Now, normally, you would obviously want to kind of handle like, oh, this allocated means the old thing needs to be destroyed or whatever. We don't really give a shit. This is a CLI application. If you're wasting your time doing too much cleanup in a CLI application that's expected to finish in no time at all, you're just slowing it down, to be honest, which includes a lot of applications. Freeing memory before you're going to exit is pointless. So we're probably just going to allocate wildly here. We could even say on this line down here, temp allocator here, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. The temp allocator is going to be a little bit better if we do have many allocations, because it's going to over sort of provision memory, and we're going to reuse memory we already asked for before, sort of, right? Because the growth is slightly better if you do have successive allocations. You're not wasting so much time actually, asking for memory from the OS. You're actually distributing the memory you already have if you use the temporary allocator, which is better in many ways, but it tends to grow a bit more aggressively. You don't really want, as a caveat to that, if you have a lot of the fuck is this? So hang on, command palette. That took a long time, goddamn. Can I just remove this entire bullshit up above? Does anyone know? There you go. Yeah. Who needs that in their life, to be honest? So we have the stuff, we have doc strings. Here we could basically Yeah, let's just leave that like this for now, to be honest. I'm gonna just pull this up here. We also want to support types. Another question is, do we want to support different type of types? I mean, it's just going to be a name, type name, docs, type docs. So here you kind of want something a little bit more interesting, to be honest, right? So here in reality, we want separate types. So we want stuff like union instead, which has variants. Which would be, you know, something like this. We want a struct type, presumably, which has this. Let's just say that those are type names. You know, you can get very specific with these things. We're just going to do this for now. These can also have docs, of course. These have fields. A field is a name and a type. We could do field name. Yeah, let's just do this. This is a type name. What is a variant? A variant is it's just a type name. Here we could actually do this. I think. Why is this not getting highlighted? Is there something wrong here? That's a little bit odd though. If we're gonna print these in line, this might be a little bit annoying, to be honest. We're just gonna do something for now. Odin. Let's do this for now and just say fmt printf. This is just D. So we need to produce these now. We need to figure out somewhere that these are in fact those things that we care about. I think that we should be able to basically say vd in value, well, vdd. Let's just say derived here, in value decal names, not names, values, derived. So now we're gonna forego this here and instead do this part over here. We're just gonna do in that switch, type switch, right? This should be fine, I think. We will see. Right, and this needs to be derived like that. And now, of course, we are not exhaustive. We're going to say partial for now. And that gives us effectively the same code we had before. But we can now add more cases here. So, for example, we can say what happens when we do get a struct. Is there a struct type? We'll see. There is a struct type, in fact. What would we do if we were to try to return that? Let's say struct here has what? A name, a docs, and fields. Here we could see, can we actually pull out the name, right? That would be a sensible thing to do. And we can, for sure, right? We can just say procedure name of yeah, like this. Let's try that. Ah, yeah, not procedure name, of course, type name. Right, so now we're outputting structs. Of course, we're outputting them just, you know, in this sort of wild format, but that's fine. Let's just make this a little bit clearer. Now we can see that we're definitely getting the name properly, so that's cool. And this means we can start working on the other stuff. The docs might be sort of the same situation that we had before. I'm actually going to go ahead and normalize this a little bit here. Docs is going to be equal to procedure docs of, yeah, we can actually kind of say data docs start, docs end, I suspect, at least. And we don't have those values, of course, defined right now, but we can say docs start is in fact the derived Did that have a type field? No. But does it have docs? I mean, it should though, right? Or does something else have the docs? That would be annoying. So the struct type oh, we do have these values. What am I talking about? Okay, I'm a moron. Never mind. We can in fact do this though. Something like that at the very least. Hello, I'm from the one. Oh no. 1% from Iran that can connect to the. Hang on, is this a. Please tell me you're joking. You're not serious though, right? Because that would be. I don't know. I don't know what that would be, to be completely honest. I don't know how to even phrase this. Got expert. Like, oh, never mind. Right, now they opened HCAP so I can. Spoofing connect. No, you are actually serious. You are in Iran right now. I mean, I'm not saying I'm surprised that people are in Iran, right? That's not what I'm surprised about. Mostly, I'm surprised that someone who is currently in Iran right now would show up on in my stream chat. How is stuff over there? What's the feeling right now in Iran, would you say? Is it just business as usual? I mean, is sort of just daily life going on, or how is stuff? Because you're saying, write some code, but, Huh, wow. This is scrambling my brain right now, to be honest. We need to transmute this into or rather we can cast this to a string, actually, probably. Yeah. I mean, realistically, what is there to negotiate? Now, I haven't really kept up with the absolute latest stuff, but what is there really to negotiate? If we're being honest, like, there are certain people who just need to stop, and that's pretty much it. Right? Am I off base here? I feel like, what is there really to negotiate? Some people made a silly mistake, a really, really silly mistake, and they should stop making that mistake. What nuclear thing, though? Was there ever any evidence that anyone was even... Yeah, I was not expecting this at all either, but has there been any evidence that anyone was working towards even having some kind of nuclear armament or whatever? I sincerely doubt that this was the case, especially because the previous line of thinking was everything was quote unquote obliterated. It just makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, there's really negotiation at this point really doesn't make any sense. Just leave, and that's it. Just stop fucking bombing people and just leave. I don't know why anyone would think differently, I'll be honest, but yeah. I mean, yeah, well, I'll be honest, I gave up on understanding any of this stuff a while ago. So the most confusing moment for me was the US, right? They're forced to essentially release tons of oil reserves and so on at some point. Massive fucking blow to the entire situation. And then Iran decides, we're just going to block this, and everyone now has to trade in Chinese currency for oil, right? The petrodollar at this point is supposed to basically crash completely, right? So I'm looking at all of the charts for USD and so on. I'm expecting the market to really, it will adjust, surely, right? And this shit just keeps going up. Explain to me how this is even possible. A country that, I mean, a very, very large amount of oil goes through that strait. And somehow this shit remains valued. It even went up. Explain this to me. I don't understand. And it's not like I'm some fucking expert, But I thought that was sort of like, these are fundamentals, But apparently, no. Just, no. The dollar does not care, evidently. What kind of market manipulation must have been going on for that to be the case? Explain fucking, just how on earth does the dollar go up in a situation where evidently everything is completely fucked? I just don't. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I gave up on just trying to understand any of this stuff because at some point I was just like, I don't know. I guess my whole basic idea of all of this is just wrong. Right? I don't understand the basics of this, and at this point, who do I even go to figure this shit out? Let's see. This war was crazy 2 days after it was started. Iran started bombing in yeah. Well, yeah. Well, funny is probably not how I would refer to it, but because I mean, people are dying, but I get what you're saying. I guess this whole thing came from left field. I don't think anyone had this on their bingo card. Well, actually, there were people who had this on their bingo card. People who are apparently much smarter, and so on. But yeah. Well, I mean, it's plainly obvious. They had like 3 planes shot down after supposedly every anti-air installation and every anti-air, even mobile installation was supposedly destroyed. Right, a month in, when everything was apparently completely destroyed, yeah, they had 3 different planes be shot down. So, whatever. I don't think it's even just man pads, to be honest, but fuck me. Oh, this whole thing, I fucking hate it. I just I just don't. This is just the absolute dumbest shit. Hang on, I have to let a cat out of the room. Hello, Luna. Hi there. There you go. Thank you. I still can't believe there's someone literally in Iran in the chat. That came from left field. That was as surprising as the war was. To me. I mean, I like I said, I know you guys exist. But, you know, did not expect that. Well, I am just completely scrambled right now, to be honest. Let's add some docs to some of these types, I guess. Distinct types also. Distinct types is probably something we should add here. Let's just call it distinct, maybe? No, let's call it distinct type. Distinct type is just a... I mean, it could be a name, which is a type name, and then it could be a base, which is a type type name as well. Let's see, a bit irrelevant, but what are you using in it to pull up your tasks in your task file? It's not irrelevant. You can ask any question. When you say task file, do you mean my actual task file, or do you mean this one? Zombie. So I don't use anything for the task. Yeah, okay, so this one, this is my own plugin. It's based on this file here. And if we go to this plugin, actually we can just jump to nvim here. So I made build command Lua here. Which is just a way to read that file and do the thing in it that it needs to do. So this is just a tiny plugin that I made for that purpose. All it really does, the most interesting part of it, I suppose, is really just, you know, the picker and the fucking bullshit with all of that nonsense. But because the fundamentals of it are pretty simple, we read the local build commands Lua file, which is specifically written to return an object, right? That object has the names of the things we can do mapped to steps. So these steps all have a command that gets executed, and that's just what you would expect it to be. And then the error pattern here can actually technically be a function as well that receives the entire output. But I have a string here, which is just going to be a line pattern. So when we see this pattern, we know there's an error, basically, and we pull out that error, effectively. This is, I don't remember what the components of this actually are. These are obviously lines and columns here, and this is the message over here. The message is here. I don't remember what this is, but it's whatever the Odin output gives you effectively. So this is what I use for that. I built this mostly because, you know, I was missing some kind of build system that I could just execute on, you know, when I wanted. If you want, I can put this up on, actually it might already be on GitHub. Let me check this out. Yeah, I guess, probably. Let me just send this in the chat. That file should be what you're looking at on screen right now. It could be, honestly, that I have changed something. I can make sure to update this after the stream is over. So. And the only thing you need to do in order to use this is, so I have my config Lua here, which just requires build command, right? This is going to be enough to just have you inject all of that into your editor. So then the thing that I do here, let's see, which BB here. Here's how I actually run the stuff, right? So I have this key map set to build command, select build command, and also there's a function called run last command. It's like build command is this menu that I showed, this one. And run last is if I just want to run the one I ran before. So yeah, you can probably just take the version that's up there now and just modify it to your liking, honestly, right? It's not anything special. So, you know, it's very much like I just made it because I just wanted. It's sort of like, it's like a redneck hack in a way, right? Or whatever. So this is how I use NeoVim nowadays. I tend to probably just make whatever I need for exactly like how I need it, and then it only gets new features when I need some new thing or something. That's why, for example, I added this. You can pass a function instead of a pattern in order to do something interesting with the output, because I needed it for some other thing I was working on at some point. So I added that, and you know, you don't maybe need that at all. It's not like a given that you'll need that. So yeah. But yeah, I do enjoy making, so I enjoy making these small things that just do whatever I want them to do, because it's just sort of, it's just nice to have something that is exactly what you wanted, right? But what I don't enjoy about NeoVim specifically is having to use Lua to do it. I always regret my decision to write Lua. The amount of Lua that I actually have to write to do something is never the amount that I would like to write. It's always too much, because Lua has like an upper bound that is insanely low. I really do not like it. Oh, I do have task files, but I don't run them from NeoVim. Because, so, okay, the actual literal thought process that I went through, right? Because you can see here I have a task file, right? I have tried Helix. We can get to that so my thought process with this was, one, I don't really want to use someone else's task file kind of plugin. I'm tired of installing plugins, to be honest. But I'm also not going to make one because I don't really want to deal with this YAML nonsense necessarily, right? And running the commands and so on, I didn't just want to run task, the tool, either. And I also wanted it to be available when I didn't have a task file. I didn't really want to depend on a task file also. But it's actually kind of a good idea to just run task if you, because you can query task itself for your tasks, right? So for example, if we were to say task list all, we get this, right? So you can then use this in order to determine what you need to show in the window and so on. So you can then build on the task CLI basically in order to make your own plugin for running tasks. That would be maybe a sensible idea. Again, writing my own thing that sort of does everything in Lua, I always regret my decision once I'm kind of done. So with this in mind, it would be perfectly sensible actually to just say, well, fuck it. I'm just going to rely much more on the task CLI instead of trying to do this in Lua code and everything, right? So that would be an idea. Yeah, in terms of Helix, there are a few, I guess a few things. One, so I've used Vim for a long time. And this is sort of just, there's a natural friction that happens when you suddenly switch around the, with ranges and where the verb goes and so on. Now, I'm fine with trying to deal with that, right? However, one of the things that really did kind of mess me up when it came to Helix was, yeah, it's fine when the default works for you. But for the longest time, they've been opposed to this idea of adding scripting. And I don't want scripting necessarily for other people to write scripts for me, even though I use, plugins, whatever, in NeoVim. I use plugins, I just don't want more. That's basically it. So the problem is they didn't really want to add scripting. I want scripting for myself. I really want to make it my own. So if you look at Helix, I think it's a great base, but I also think the base is not enough for me, right? So I end up in a situation where I want to make things for the editor, but I basically can't. And, I've heard that they're now open to, they're working on a scripting language and so on. Which, fair enough. Maybe when that's done, I'll take a look, sort of. But I think there's a good chance that I could build something better with Cocoon instead. Which I think, that to me seems maybe a little bit more relevant. Sort of. So Cocoon is basically based on the idea of everything is essentially just you do, plugins are really just calling shell scripts effectively, right? And then you pipe things into the editor instead. So the plugin infrastructure is basically just shell scripts. Meaning you can also use, of course, custom programs. So if you want to write a plugin for Cocoon, you can really just write it in Odin, and then you're talking to that binary and getting information back that gets piped in and so on instead. And I think that would be nice, like if in the future, if we all become hopelessly unemployed, I might just, move into a cottage in the woods and start working on my cocoon setup, and that's it, at that point, there's nothing left to do anyway. So may as well. It's sort of how I feel. But yeah. There's something wrong with the syntax highlighting here, right? Am I crazy? Should it be like this? I feel like there was more color here before. Am I crazy? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Anyway. I agree, by the way, about making a special scripting language. It's a bad idea. I very badly want an editor that takes a page out of... man, what was this editor called? So a guy called, what was it, like Mr. Fourth Dimension made this editor. Hang on. Fourcoder. Yeah, Fourcoder. So if I understand correctly, when you want to extend Fourcoder, you just write C code. And that's it. And you can then extend it with libraries and so on. So when you hook into things and so on, that's what you do. I would like for someone to take a page out of that book, to be completely honest. I think that would be a fantastic thing for me, specifically. Because I don't mind having some responsibility, Would it be awkward if my editor crashed because we segfault in a plugin I wrote? Sure. But I would also feel better about it, And you can effectively, you can have the plugins be, shared libraries and so on. So you can have hot reloading for them and so on. Now, I'm talking now about the hypothetical editor, by the way. I don't, I never actually got to using Fourcoder. But let's say you have your plugins be shared libraries. And so they are working with an API. They're using the API of the editor to do things like, hey, I want to insert text here. I want to insert text that is ghost text, for example, in this particular location because I am, let's say, an Odin language server and so on. Then that would make a lot of sense to me that we could just extend stuff with, hey, I'm exporting functions from a shared library, which is just essentially C code, right? Because we could export just Odin functions that do these things. And so that's how you basically have these hooks. So for example, a plugin is loaded, you provide an initialize hook, for example. You provide that function, the editor loads it if it's set to something, a certain value. It's effectively the same extension model that you would use for Erlang. So if anyone has watched my video on extending Erlang in Odin, that's sort of what I'm talking about, right? You could even have like a directory. Here are the functions that I provide so you can know what to run and when, right? That would be something nice, I think. But no one's going to do this. They want, JavaScript as a scripting language, Lua, a custom version of Scheme, which would be maybe my favorite if we're doing a scripting language, but, Yeah, linking DLLs. That's basically what I'm talking about, yeah. Effectively, right? That would be it. That, honestly, I would love to do that. I would much rather write native code that just, hey, here's the contract that we abide by, and then that's it. Versioning you could do pretty sensibly as well. The functions would basically, from your side into the editor, you would obviously just call like version 4 of a function and so on. If you want new behavior and so on. That would be fine. If you're emitting events and so on to the editor, that could also be versioned. That's fine. You emit a certain structure with a certain, ID or whatever. Sort of like the Windows API in a sense, though they usually do this with like size of on things, which is confusing sometimes. But yeah, so I would love to see that. That would be great, to be honest. I would love to try it at the very least, right? Because I don't like writing Lua. I do it only because it's not Vim script, and that's it, really, right? Because I would much rather write Lua than Vim script at the very least. So. So, I'm going to just say distinct type here. And of course, here we do have a name and a base. We don't have docs for that one. That was a mistake. Because distinct types can have docs. So, type docs. Oh, I obviously already had that one. It's base that we don't have, in fact. So, base needs to be, presumably that's the value side of this. I need a case here also. Up, fuck me. What is happening? Why am I pressing keys in the wrong order? Explain to me. Am I moving too fast for this poor thing? What is happening? By the way, the font package has panicf. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what error code does it return? Actually. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, it won't matter right now, but yeah. It might not return any error code or whatever, like a standard one for based on like seg, because that assertion failure is going to be a particular error. So Odin probably does the correct thing or whatever, or maybe the OS does. I don't really know if there's any kind of interpretation of that. That might be an interesting thing to look at, actually. Base start. Let's say that, because we have a derived value here, which we have a type. That's the pulse. Let's try that, right? Base end, base start and base end. This will be end here, and the type name data oh yeah, offset. Okay, that works just fine. Okay, so that's distinct types basically taken care of, right? We do need a union type as well, and the fields from the struct. I've sort of been putting that off, but I suppose we have to. So let's say we have fields. I'm gonna do, no, hang on. Let's say fields is make slice, and this is gonna be field here. And the len, we should be able to just say derived fields. Name count. Is that? Do you think that's the one? Probably it is, right? Let's just say, let's try it. The len will be name count. The allocator is going to be allocator, which we already have as an argument, so that's fine. You know, here, I'm just gonna return here, which we'll see sort of how that works out. Right. Ooh, I really hate these. Well, hate is a strong word to use. That was uncalled for. I do not like to have multiple lines before a comma, though. That is annoying. Hello, Savion? Savion, perhaps, instead. So here we're going to do declaration is equal to that instead, because I don't like when returns span multiple lines. Now, I know that makes me maybe strange, but I am prepared to accept that that's the case. So, here we have the derived fields, which is a field list, which is a list for, let's just say FL in this. FL is stuff. So this is this is confusing now, right? Why would we have multiple names? Oh, well, of course. Why wouldn't we? Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Right. Okay. So the reason it makes perfect sense is because, of course, we can just say, hey, name and base could be here. So in this field list, names can be multiple per. It's really the type that we can't have multiple of. So that would be the key. Now, I don't know what they call this, mind you. It should be type here. Right, so there's only one type, but there are multiple names. So here we would say for name in FL names, presumably. And here we can actually say, you know, field count. We can just say that we have a field count I'm not going to do some fancy nonsense here with indexes here. Indices. Here we can say fields, field count is going to be equal to field of something, and then we'll see what happens. The name is going to be name. Well, no, the name is going to be type name of data name pause offset. You know, at this point we may as well just say, hey, let's pull some stuff out. Name start, field name start, and field name end. Field name start is going to be equal to this here, and end is going to be end offset. And here we have, of course, a type which is going to be equal to name dot, no, not name, fl dot type. Does that make sense? It certainly doesn't make sense yet, because we do have to increment field count. That would have been not super effectual. Let's see here, fl type, of course, it's going to be a type name of data type start, type end, type start, fl type pause offset, type end. No, it's not insane. If you consider how the language works, right? Because, yeah, let me just try to make sense of this. Field name, right? That's this is field name, and we are never setting this value. There you go. Right, so it's not insane because we can always do this. So these two are equivalent. Multiple names, same type. That's just how Odin works, right? So it's not actually insane in terms of how the language works. And a lot of people use this. I tend to not do it because I like when things are just staked out, but depending on your particular predilection, you might have like, hey, I really like when things align in interesting ways. Like we have, for example, one thing that a lot of people do is, let's say we have a vertex, right? Is we want X, Y, and Z and W like this. Because why not, right? That one actually makes a lot of sense. Or even if you were like, hey, I really want them, you know, some separation. Yeah, W could be down here, right? And this is exactly the same as spelling them all out. So, you know, as a language feature, it makes sense. As a way of, you know, the parser representing this, it also makes sense. It's mostly like, do you like it or not in the end, really? But, you know, again, I do think it's, I usually just do this, but that's mostly because I'm just used to it, I guess. to be completely honest. I'm just used to doing it that way. Sure. No. Yeah, the array version also works perfectly fine, right? That's obviously, I actually don't use a vertex type in that sense. Obviously, I use a vertex when I need to represent it to graphics layer. I have a vertex type, but that's, generally speaking, that's more than just the actual position, for example, right? So, but in those, I use array types, and outside of that, I also use array types instead. I don't really like the aliases that are just aliases to array types anyway, because we have great syntax for 3-component arrays and 4-component arrays in Odin, right? So it's like you don't really need to even have a name for that kind of structure in reality. But as a language feature, it does make sense. Yeah. So let's get an overview of what we're doing here. We now have the fields of structs. We don't have a union type, actually. Oh no, we do. Hang on, we do. But it's not here because we don't parse that yet. We need to add that. So let's add a case, union type. And here we're starting to notice a little bit of duplication here. We're gonna do this. In the case of the union, it's not gonna have that much in common with the struct necessarily, but it would be defensible here to take the doc stuff and just to move it up, obviously, because we have a lot of other doc stuff here, and docs are actually attached more to the name than they are to the actual type, sort of, right? It's attached to the value declaration itself, right? So we could just move that out. Probably will do that pretty soon. For the time being, though, let's look at our union type. Name, docs, variants. A variant is a type name only. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it should make sense, right? Variant is going to be make slice again. Presumably we can just get this information anyway. So variant here, and then we say len is equal to derived len of variants, presumably. Len of derived variants, like this. And allocator is going to be equal to allocator, and then or return, and then we do this here. And for variant, invariants. And here we can actually use the index because we're not going to be doing anything interesting. Variance I is going to be equal to variant of a type name, which is data of type start, type end, presumably. I may have gone too far here, but let's say type start would be defined as variant motherfucker. No, derived the variance. Right, so that's pulse offset. So here I'm actually going to say return declaration nil, and we're going to just prepare for declaration here. Declaration is a it's a union. with a name which is, yeah, we need to pull this out, right? No. It's a type name of data, name start, name end, docs, okay. Type docs of doc string. Variance is equal to variance. Let's see. Are we doing the correct thing at all? We have a union. Its name is declaration, which is true. The variants are procedure, union, struct, and distinct type. Yep. Seems fine. Now, now we need to print some of these in a reasonable way. And for that, we will, for struct, for example, right? Okay, let's say distinct type. We have a bunch of distinct type stuff here, right? So what if we do 2 hashes? I'm gonna do this with printf only for now. We do this. So the name equals something else. And this means dname and dbase. And then if the docs is not empty, this could also be abstracted out, of course. Here we can do fm printf. And of course this could be pulled out probably to here. Then we don't have to have it in every case. Right, so now distinct types are output as follows. We can move on to the strings, or structs rather, sorry. And struct, of course, will obviously have at the start the same thing as everything else. They have a struct, a name here, the name. And here I think we really just go straight for the actual content. I don't really know if I'm being honest, but so what I'm thinking is, well, let's just do something and we'll see, right? So for f in the fields, yeah, I think this is probably fine. S:(S), where we have D or F rather, name and F type. Not quite. Let's do printf-ln for that one. So this means, for example, that procedure here is output. Well, we do want something to tell you like, hey, what is this thing? Struct, for example, right? And maybe distinct. Something like that, maybe actually. Yeah, I'm not upset about this. Yeah, I think this works. I mean, it doesn't really matter, to be completely honest, but The proc output looks awkward to me now, to be honest. Everything else is sort of compact and much nicer. I don't know. It doesn't matter so much, to be honest. Does anyone have any questions about anything with regards to any of this stuff, or just Odin, or just anything really? We've been going for 143. Oh, Deba. Oh. One thing that looks awkward here for me is that the proc syntax obviously breaks the heading. I think we should remove new lines in the proc type. That's probably a thing, to be honest. So the name is fine. The type here, though, I kind of think we need to say strings replace You don't actually need strings replace for this, by the way. If you're just going to remove something from a string, you can actually do that manually. Just modify the slice. What is Odin for? Sad empty. Well, so this is an interesting question, that second part. Like, what kind of features that are special from other languages, right? I would say that Odin does not really have features that make it particularly special. In fact, most languages really kind of don't, right? And one of the things that I feel nowadays is it's not really the features you have necessarily that make the language what it is, right? So one of the defining kind of moments where that was clear to me was when I used Zig for the first time. And for context, that was me coming back to systems programming after a very long time, basically doing none of that, right? I sort of dabbled again in C++ every now and then, but it's just such a terrible experience that I always kept C++, at arm's length for a very, very long time. And then so in 2018 or something like that, I sort of returned to systems programming in Zig, right? And Zig was, honestly, it was smaller back then and a lot less messy, I would say. But this really underlined for me that there are so many features that Zig is missing. And it makes it such a delightful experience to use it. And that really, at that point, I was 100% sure that the best language for me is not the one that has interesting features at all, really. Even comp time is a very defining kind of feature of Zig, right? You get to replace C macros and stuff, very interesting defines and all of that stuff with comp time. But comp time, to be honest, I grew to just dislike because it sort of allowed people to go crazy with a bunch of stuff, which it didn't really make sense. And then eventually I also used Odin. And even more than when I used Zig, I realized like this is definitely the right direction. I don't want more stuff in the end. I want the right things, sort of. It's very difficult to say, of course, what the right things are. But to me, Odin represents probably at least like 90% of. I don't even know what I'm missing, but I don't want to say 100% because it's going to seem disingenuous in a way. But Odin has essentially everything that I want. And it has too many features as well, to be completely honest. I think there are probably a good 4 features I would immediately remove if I could from Odin. And everyone else can deal with the problems. Because I don't use those features, so I don't give a shit. And I would rather just have a even smaller language, really. Of course, I wouldn't really do that, but you get my point. There's stuff that you could remove from Odin. I wouldn't care a single moment. Proc groups being one. I don't give a shit. They're just misleading, usually, pointless. For example, you can see here I'm not using. If I'm using proc groups, it's by mistake. That's really it. But I much prefer code that says, make slice rather than make. Delete slice. Read entire file from path instead of read entire file with a string as its first argument. It's just so pointless to me. This proc group usage is essentially pointless. It doesn't make at all a difference to me. N is missing. Why do I keep missing N, guys? Okay, that one is annoying. Yeah, the compiler is the worst part of proc groups for sure. The errors are so unhelpful. It's just it really is beyond my sort of. I don't know how they got there, but I am sad in a way that it has to be this way. And the truth is, when you're doing overloading, and the only thing that actually guides the overloading is the types. Well, when you have the wrong types, what can you do? And so that's why I don't engage with the feature at all. I just don't, I've canceled my subscription to proc groups entirely. Fuck it, basically. Yeah, delete is the only one I've never had an issue with. Oh, Ginger Bill knows what I think about proc groups. Yeah, I've been vocal. Well, that makes it sound like I've been complaining, like a bitch. That's not the case. I made a video about, like an experience report 1 year into a project. As part of that video, I did say we don't use proc groups. And we are removing them whenever we can, and so on. And he responded to it, and so on. There is basically a through line, a red thread that goes through Odin, where every feature that you think is useless is basically added for a very specific use case, but then it gets used by people in the wrong case. That is what I would say. That applies to the using keyword. It applies to proc groups. It applies to deferred in, deferred out. Deferred in and deferred out were added because if you're doing profiling code, if you're doing, for example, mutexes, there's a version of a mutex lock that automatically unlocks at the end of the scope and so on. And for that, you use deferred out, right? But it's very specific. A lot of these features are supposed to be incredibly specific. It's just that they've made it into fairly non-specific code. And that's really it, to be honest. You could, if you were being super charitable, you would say proc groups were made for make and delete. Probably. Maybe they were made for append, and so on. But, you know, yeah, so every feature that you think is useless was made for some kind of purpose in Odin. And so I say this, of course, with, full understanding that that is the case. And of course, I don't like these features, and I don't like that they are sitting there just being assholes, But at the same time, my real choice is just I don't use them, whatever. If I see them in code, I'll just sort of probably remove it if I have that position at that point to remove it, and so on. Yeah, a lot of people have made that mistake of using, and we did for about 2 days in our project. So my colleague was using it in certain places, and I had to modify that code, and I was like, what in the fuck is going on here? And I said this to him, and we looked at it a little bit together, and he agreed that, oh yeah, this doesn't actually make sense when you come back to it. Pretty much. So yeah, using is one of those, like, this was, by the way, this was in the proc scope. So proc using, because using has different aspects to it, right? So proc using, where you automatically essentially unpack a parameter into the scope. Right? So if you have a struct parameter with two fields, A and B, you'll be able to access A and B in the proc. I hate this with a passion. This is the worst thing. It just sucks, right? Absolutely terrible choice. That one, I'm not entirely sure who it was made for. This is maybe the one where I'm like, well, who needed this? But at the same time, you never know, really, right? Struct using is very different. I don't view that the same at all. If you want to unpack some fields into some other struct, to me, that's not the biggest sin, because at the end of the day, it's just data. You can look at that data and you can say, like, oh, this has those fields. But proc using was an affront to humanity in a different way, right? It's just, and that was what my colleague was using, and it wasn't that I was making it wasn't theatrics. I really genuinely had a hard time following the code he had written because of this. It's like, where did this actually come from? Like, this value here, and so on. Yeah, but then you can just say, like, hey, here's the struct, right? Struct dot something. It's just so simple. And I get what you're saying, Active, but I don't see whose job is getting better because of this, That's maybe what I'm not getting a little bit from this. Is it like, oh, well, this function is just operating on a God object, and if I had to type s dot something the whole time, my fingers would fall off. I just don't believe it, right? I regularly have, large objects that are essentially context, that are, have some function that operates on them. And I have to type state dot something, for example. I just don't mind, I really don't think typing is the problem, In the end, it's just so, yeah, it's, but again, at the same time, I understand that there are people who do things, first of all, they do things differently than I do, right? They will exist out there. This is fine. It's not offensive, and also, There are people who do different things than I do. So they do things differently than I do, and they also do things like other things than I do. So it can be very difficult to see sometimes what someone else is actually sitting with. But at the same time, there are people who are saying they're working on a game, and they're like, oh, I use Procscope using all the time. And I'm like, well, I've worked on games in Odin. I certainly didn't need that. But again, some people do things differently. And sometimes you have to just accept that this is the case. I mean, you don't have to. You can bitch and moan about it. But it's maybe not useful. I feel like we have an extra, for struct prints, we have an extra new line. Oh, we're not printing unions correctly as well. Right, this is because of this. If I is not len of the fields -1. Opa. Let's see. I also think it might make the code feel a tiny bit more like C#. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. If someone is used to member variables, I actually do see where they're coming from. Right? They desperately want to come back to something like that. But I also hate member variables. It's actually kind of funny. I mean, a lot of the stuff I hate really just comes back to C++, to be honest. In the end, I don't even think I hate C++ as much as I hate the features that C++ has, if you get what I'm saying. You know? When I think about C++, I feel like, okay, you know, it's not nearly as bad as a lot of people say it is. It sucks, but it doesn't suck as bad as certain people from certain other communities say, at least. You can definitely write C++ that just will sort of make sense. The problem is you have to deal with other people sometimes, and they fucking suck, right? And there are too many features, and, you know, all of those things. And that's maybe the key more than anything. If I look at C++ like from an overview perspective, I'm like, yeah, it sucks. But it's not that bad. It's really bad, but it's not as bad as people say it is. But then sometimes when I think about the features that C++ has, they are all my favorite features to hate. Like, oh, implicit member variables. Just no. Why? We could have just taken a parameter. Why? Why would we do it like this? And then everyone ends up doing like m underscore for member variables. I used to do this because I don't know. This feels wrong. You want some clarity, right? And so on. And yeah, RAII also just a terrible feature to me. I say to me because some people swear, you know, on this feature, obviously, like that's their favorite thing in the world. I don't get it, I'll be honest, but yeah, the namespace operators, what I want to call this. Yeah. Yeah, templates is also. Oof. Wow. There are so many features in this language, in C++, that I just really hate. How can a person get so riled up about a language? You know, that's it's so interesting somehow. You know. We can probably just copy some of this code. Here we don't need all of this. Is it? It's V. It's just V, right? Because it's a variant and it just has a type name and that's it. Variants, like this. Union. We have a union up there. It's a declaration. Yeah, okay, we want a new line here. Why did I use printf line? Oh, yeah, it was from the previous version there. We're getting somewhere with this. I think I might try to collapse the structs to the heading as well. But then you start to wonder, like, why do we even have headings? Well, we have the headings because then we can put the docs under the headings. Well, I don't know, actually. I live in Bulgaria, yeah. Presianks. I'm not from Bulgaria, though. I'm from Sweden, originally. I moved to Bulgaria when I was, I guess, 27. Yeah, 27 sounds about right. I'm 38 now, so I've been living here for quite some time. How did you find this out? I guess it's on my profile, I suppose. But yeah, it's probably not very easy to tell how. Yeah, I have a Swedish accent when I speak English, but yeah, I definitely don't have the Bulgarian one. That's true. Though the Bulgarian one can be very diverse. Yeah, right. I probably put even that I live in Pleven, presumably. Let me just check this out. Oh no, I didn't put that I live in Pleven in any case. So I didn't always live in Pleven though. I lived in Sofia before. Timoteo, JS. I found your channel from Claude Code Video. Do you work professional with low level? Yes. That is what I do for a living. So, for about 2 years, I worked on a project with another Odin community member for a company doing a simulation application that simulates, basically it does simulation of, how do you even say this without sounding like a, it simulates effectively factory flows and how you can optimize them, right? So you can optimize factory flows by modifying things and so on, and see how good your efficiency is. And so I built a 3D engine for that and some server software and so on. And I did this in Odin. Sure. I mean, I've worked with consulting and so on. Well, contracting technically, I don't think it's consulting. Consulting is when you don't really do anything. Contracting is when you actually write code and do things. But yeah, so I've done contracting. What do you mean, Hannibal, with respect to Odin specifically, or do you mean in general? I'm gonna put you guys on this screen, hang on, because it's easier to see that way. Product building, yeah. I mean, if you mean in general, yes, absolutely. My whole contracting career has been working on projects that eventually had paying customers, sure. And of course, like the whole work is paying customers, if you think about it, right? Contracting is essentially that. But yeah, I've built products that people have ended up using as well, yes. And you know, even the stuff that I thought no one actually used. So I used to work at a game studio called, first Crytek. And then the game studio was sold to a company called Creative Assembly. So I worked on this game here, Arena of Fate. I worked on at Crytek. That game only had beta testers, right? And they weren't, as far as I know, they didn't even monetize them. I don't really know, right? Then when we got sold to Creative Assembly, I worked on a game that I thought no one was playing because it sucked ass. It was terrible. And this was an arena version of a game series called Total War. So it was 10 versus 10. Every player controls an army. And it's 10 versus 10 in an arena, basically. And I actually met the first person ever that told me that they had played that game. And he was apparently real big into it. Like super into it. When it actually was still alive. Right? Because that was cancelled effectively. But they had monetization of players at that point. So they had beta testers. Or not beta testers, it's not really even beta testing at that point, to be honest. They had players, ostensibly for a shitty product that kind of sucked ass. But a lot of these people paid money. Which did not make sense to me, I'll be honest. But, you know, who am I to judge, I guess? I don't know. It's such a, terrible thing. But yeah, after that, I went into contracting. And then, you know, I worked on, for a company, essentially a personal finance company, for it was a Swedish client. Говоря български, да. Не е толкова добре, но да. И зависи от контекста. Нали? Темата, ако е за програмиране, български не е толкова добре за мен. Английски е по-добре, obviously. But, you know, I do speak Bulgarian, yeah. You know, certainly to get around in the world or whatever. But yeah, for work and stuff, I do not like Bulgarian. Because, of course, programming is definitely, to me, it's an English language thing, right? I don't like talking about programming in Swedish either. So, for context, I did work for a Swedish client just a few years ago. And it was a Swedish team, a completely Swedish team. And they talked about things in Swedish, and I'm just like, please, can we just fucking speak English? I don't even, like, this is crazy. Everything sounds wrong when they say stuff, you know? Oh, I have worked with plenty of people in Bulgaria who speak only Bulgarian about everything in programming, basically. Of course, they use English words sometimes, right? It's not, you know, It's bugove instead of, anything else and so on. But yeah, I would say the majority of my colleagues have spoken almost exclusively Bulgarian in most contexts. Not really, Hannibal. Depends entirely on what your competition is and so on. If you look critically at what Anthropic is doing, for example, in the case of Claude Code, I used to work with Bulgarians. Yes, I don't. I have my own company now, and the only employee is it's me and then my wife, right? But yeah, with regards to different skills for building software products that people will pay for, blah blah blah. No, I mean, I've almost exclusively built things that people will pay for. Why would anyone do development, for work if it wasn't for things that people pay for? It's not. There are no different skills here. It's only, are you making things that make sense? And if you look critically at what Anthropic is doing, they have spent probably the last few months banning every other agent from being used with Anthropic subscriptions. Why would someone do that? Well, it turns out every other agent is better than Claude Code. Why is that? Well, because they're vibe coding it. And if you don't want to make something good, but you want to force people to use it, what do? Well, you ban every other agent from being used with your subscription. There are no different skills here. It's either do you do good work or do you not? My point is mostly like when someone funds your programming, right? It's ostensibly because they believe someone will pay for it, etc. That's really it, right? That's what I'm saying. There's no mythical programmer that just makes things, gets money for it, and no one uses their thing. That's not a model of working. It may happen that you have projects that, hey, we worked hard on this, no one's using it. That can happen. But that has nothing to do with the programmers and their purpose at that place, right? It has to do with, the marketing is not good enough, etc., right? Or whatever. Or it could be, hey, this is not good enough quality. That could also be the case. And that might be because of the programming. But no one goes in with the intentions of just funding programming for programming's sake. That's what I'm saying. If you get what I'm talking about. So no, there are no two different skills and so on. That's an interesting myth, is what I would call that, right? Fantasy. It's about as real as, hobbits and stuff like this. This idea that there's people who do stuff that people pay for, and then there are people who write good code. These are separate. It might, that might be sort of how things have ended up being, but, No, not really. At some point, you have to face the performance issues. That, what you said now, and just for the stream or whatever, I can rephrase this or restate it. Can a good interface with some good planning hide the fact that everything behind, the process behind it is running like shit? If that's a performance issue, let's say, let's say your backend is super slow. There's a fundamental limit that you will run into at some point, right? Where if we cannot get a result faster than 5 seconds from the backend, and 5 seconds, I'm being very generous. I have used so many things that can't give me the result in even 15 seconds. But let's say, for the purpose of argument, we can't get a result in 5 seconds. There is fundamentally no way to somehow have a result in 5 seconds unless you make one up. And then you use it's basically optimistic updates, if someone knows what that is. We click a button to get a result. It shows us a result, but then it fills in the real one when it gets it. You can't hide. There are certain kinds of bullshit that you simply cannot hide. There's no amount of UI you can throw at that problem to have it show up sooner. Information simply has a limit. The laws of physics say that you cannot have that result before it exists and can be sent to you. Right? It's just a fundamental problem. Like, you cannot have that result before it exists. So, no. For me, it's hilarious how Anthropic employees say coding solved, yet they have to hire one of the best programmers behind Bun just to reduce their TUI chat memory usage to 4. Yeah. It's even worse because they're also, I think you're talking about, what's his name, Jordan, right? And he has basically just fallen into an LLM psychosis, as far as I understand as well. So he's not going to be one of the best programmers behind Bun for very long. There are so many people, honestly, that when you look at what they're doing now, you do wonder, like, why did we ever listen to this? It's a very interesting kind of thing. Like, I think I used to read the Steve Yegi blog posts and be like, yeah, this guy makes sense, I think, about interviewing, programming interviews and stuff like this. Complete psychosis now, this guy, Steve Yegi. He's just off the charts bananas now. Honestly, that's crazy. I haven't tried Odin out. I have been meaning to try. Is the error handling like Go? It's not like Go. Actually, we can look at it here to have me not be too negative about people and their ways. So, make slice here can return an error. So what you'll note here is that error handling is handled with the last argument, like in Go. However, we don't actually have to always just interrogate the error with an if and then return, etc. We have ways of just bubbling up the error if it happens, or otherwise continuing. That's where at the end here we have or return, right? So that's a key ingredient in why error handling is better. Also, when it comes to errors, we can also define errors as unions. Here's a union. There is an implicit nil value here that exists if we don't have no nil up here, right? So if we have no nil, we actually have to have the nil down here. I'm just going to comment those out so we kind of keep track of what's going on. When you have a union, the zero value of that union, because we do things with zero values always in Odin, everything has a zero value. Whenever it's whenever you allocate something on the stack, when you can allocate something via a memory allocator, etc., you're going to have a zero value. It's going to be the zero value by default. This is just how it is, right? And the zero value of a union is a nil. This means that we can say, for example, read file error, right, is a union of file doesn't exist, asshole. File doesn't exist. And then we could have, for example, file permissions fucked up. Permissions, wrong permissions. for example, let's say we have these errors, right? Because we don't want to go too far with this. So here we might say, for example, what is file doesn't exist? Well, it's just a path, really. That's all the information we're going to have, right? So we probably would do this. And wrong permissions is more interesting, right? Wrong permissions could be struct of path, because we do have a path, right? And then we have the permissions value, which would be an octal number. We could say that that's a byte. I don't really know, to be completely honest. Let's just, for the sake of argument, say that it's a byte, you know. Yeah. So if we had a function read file, we could say, let's say that that takes a path, right, which is a string, etc. Here we could say, you know, this returns, let's say it returns the data, which is a slice of bytes, but it can also return an error, which is a read file error. Now we can, if we reach the end here, we could say return data nil. That means nothing bad has happened, right? If we were to say OS read entire file from file name, and with the path like this, we also need an allocator, but we're going to leave that implicit. This does not return an error. We're going to have to do some translation here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say read OK is a value here, like this. The reason I'm doing it this way is because we're binding to data which already exists, because we declared it up here. So we want to declare the read OK here as well. And now we're going to say if the read OK, if it wasn't OK, we're going to say return data with, you know, file doesn't exist, for example. And the path is, of course, the path. And so in this particular case, we are translating this read OK to an error. But if we were to, for example, have let's say we had a proc read config, which this can also, it can return a config, which is a configuration, which we're going to define soon. And this returns a read file error. So I'm depending on read file here, right? And let's just say configuration is equal to a struct. It's empty for now, or well, you know, for the sake of example. So here we can say return config nil. This is the happy path and so on. But here we can say read file of some path, txt, cfg. And that's really it. Data is equal to this. And here we're going to bind, here we're going to say or return. If read file returns a nil as an error, we're just going to move on. And here we would say parse config data config is equal to parse config. We could say or return here, honestly. We don't really necessarily need to, but so we have the ability to, once we've built up some, you know, error union and so on, very easily deal with this and attach information to it properly and so on. It's kind of what I want to show here. The tagged unions actually make this a very straightforward proposition. So file doesn't exist. It carries its own kind of context here with the path. And of course, we can imagine that wrong permissions also carries even more interesting context, and so on and so forth. And when we depend on these, it's not that we have to always unpack an error and, you know, check are you nil, blah, blah, blah. We often do because we want to translate those errors into something else. We want to do something based on the error, maybe. But we can also bubble them up because a read config, the read config function returns a read file error, right? So yeah, does that make sense? I don't know if this explanation made sense, to be completely honest. I do have a video on error handling in Odin. So, you know, honestly, if I had to guess, it's probably the case that that's a better video. It's better to watch that video than listen to me now. It's probably the case. Most likely. Oh yeah, the syntax similarities are definitely there. There's a lot of similar syntax and so on, yeah. There's also something that I use far less, which is or else. And then you can put a value somewhere, right? So in this case, or else could be, for example, an empty slice here. Or it could be a default slice for a config, for example. Or, you know, something like that. So for example, here we could actually say that, hey, the data that we read here could be or else an empty value here. We might actually have to say this instead. We might actually have to do this. Hang on. Yeah. This syntax is a little bit awkward, I'll be honest. But what you could do here is default config bytes. Maybe this. Yeah. This is a bunch of nonsense. Hang on. Well, we could do this, I suppose. Maybe. Missing return. Oh, that's the error I got. Hang on. Return config. Sometimes you should really read compilation errors, to be honest. That's awkward. Does that mean we can just do this maybe? Indeed it does. So here what I've done here is if read file fails, right? We're just simply going to say that data is equal to an empty slice. And of course that's going to fail the parse config call, but you know, that's just an illustration of what you can do with these. So you can handle errors in a, let's say, it's a little bit more ergonomic, I would say, than Go. Especially for me, personally, I just so I used to be really into Haskell, which means, you know, you use sum types and stuff like this to represent error states, different, you know. So tagged unions in Odin is really, for me, one of the key things. Having this union be as straightforward as it is, and so on, and being able to check, hey, which one do I have, and there's differences between them, they contain different information, the compiler checks this for you, it does exhaustiveness checks and so on, is really very valuable. And this, of course, you don't get in Golang, unfortunately. But yeah, I have a bunch of videos on Odin. If you on the channel, there's a playlist called Odin, the Odin programming language with Rickard. So it's I think it's a reasonably good video series. There are some videos I really don't like. I mean, the first ones are pretty. They can be a little bit rough, I will say. I think the volume is off in the first ones, first of all. And also, you know, it's interesting because there are certain. Eventually, I developed a tick during these videos that I have worked to get rid of. And if I mention it to you, you will hear it all the time in these videos, and it will be so annoying. You will probably hear it anyway. But if I tell you the tick, you will definitely hear it all the time. So I'm not going to do that to you. Because it can be painful. There are some videos where I'm like, I really like what I talked about in this video, but this, the tick that I had was so distracting that I think the video became worse because of it. Non-blocking I/O, etc. is whatever you can find in C. That's about it. I mean, there's not much to say, to be honest. Odin doesn't do any. It has no interesting features for any kind of interesting schedule primitives or whatever that are added to the language or something like that. So if you want to do, for example, like if you want to do, higher performance I/O and so on, it's effectively what you would do in C, and that's it. If you want to do I/O, U-ring, and stuff like this. And for sockets and so on, I mean, it's the same idea as everywhere else. You set non-blocking on the socket, and that's it. When you call receive on it, it will return would block as the error, and then oh, this didn't have anything or whatever. You can also use polling with os.poll and so on. Queues, as in, I mean, we have queues, yeah, priority queues and so on. I mean, there might be some interesting stuff nowadays, I guess. I don't really know. I'm not 100% up to date on the standard library. But the most interesting things I would say that you can find in terms of these types of things are like thread pools and stuff. But they're straightforward stuff, really. Most of it is just some abstraction that someone made. Odin really has nothing to do with it, if you think about it, right? It's there are no language features that help in any regard with stuff like this, because it's just not useful, right? As far as I'm concerned, at least. It could be I'm out of date, though. It happens. Someone told me yesterday about Odin doc, which I had no idea existed. You can just ask Odin to give you the docs for a module, and that was news to me. Let's just put it like that. But yeah, I don't stay up to date on a lot of stuff. I heard there was a new array type. I don't think I care, to be honest, that much. I'm a simple person. I don't really... A feature is probably going to have to exist for a while before I'll even deal with it, to be completely honest. If they put async stuff and so on and stuff, things like this, like Zig was trying to do with Zig and so on, in Odin, I would probably just stay on the compiler version that didn't have it, to be completely honest. Fixed arrays, that's not a... I mean, fixed dynamic, as I suppose, would be the new... yeah, small array, yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like, okay, so there are features where I'm like, okay, I will just ignore it when they add it. There are features, of course, that could interest me. I don't know what those are, but whatever. But then there are features that I would probably just stop updating the compiler if they added. I use Firefox. I mean, I have Chrome installed as well, but I don't really use it. I don't like Chrome particularly. Why? About the browser. I will say, it's not that I love Firefox either. I'm not a fan of any browser. I think browsers are a great example of... yeah, they really fucked up browsers in general, I would say. I will literally run Firefox and somehow have no memory left. I have 64 gigs of memory. I mean, of course, I'm exaggerating, but the caching, how frivolous they are with caching, how a simple web page that does nothing can somehow consume so much memory and so on. They really fucked up with browsers. It's just a big fucking mess. Methods. It wouldn't be big enough for me to stop updating, but I would never use it. That's maybe what I would say. Because if Odin didn't exist, I would start using Zig. I wouldn't want to, but it's the only thing I can think of that would be able to fill that void, right? So if they added methods to Odin, that would be like adding part of Zig, a part that I don't really like, but I would just have to accept it, right? Because, well, no, I could just stop updating still, right? I don't know. It depends on what they would add after, right? Maybe. Yeah, Zig became a lot, I would say. I think Zig was simpler when I learned it, which was, I don't know, 2018 or something like that. I think Zig was smaller at the time. Now, I don't know how many keywords there are, but they are way too many, and they do so much. And they tried to add async. That was a massive mistake. They wasted so much time doing that. I really like the compiler toolchain though. Like the compiler, the tools around it are great. ZLS is one of the worst language servers. Don't really get it, to be honest. What more? Yeah, I think also comp time. Comp time, I think, is too exciting for people. You can't trust people to not use comp time. And, you know, ostensibly, I suppose it doesn't really have a cost for you or whatever, but people use it to do all kinds of stupid shit. It's like they just go overboard with the stuff. It's like macros. Comp time turned into just this machine for complexity that people end up fiddling with too much. And all of a sudden, everything is just too interesting. Well, so one of the things that I do not like about methods and how they change a code base, let's say, is that they often encourage a type of, so the code style becomes, in some instances at least, we can't really deal with errors in any reasonable way anymore with methods. And so what I mean by this is, if you're going to thread an error through a bunch of method calls, there has to be a good mechanism for composing these together. A procedural language, many procedural languages lack this type of way of dealing with things. And so, for example, if you look at one of the key kind of examples of this, is dlang. Dlang has a great way of calling functions like they are methods based on the first argument type. So if I have a function that works on A and takes a B, we can have A dot function name B, if you get what I'm saying. The problem with that is you have to use exceptions in those cases because things will not compose correctly. And it's only really, really useful when you have literally just values, right? So I have something that returns an X that I can then call a method calculate on that gives me a number, and so on. That's the only place where I'm like, yeah, this is nice. But as soon as something has to be able to return an error, I find that method chaining becomes, now I kind of usually have to break it up anyway. And what am I actually gaining here? I'm not really gaining much. I could have just skipped this entire thing. I could have had just normal bog standard procedural code where I use names and I bind to those names. And then I just end up with Odin, right? But then I'm just like, okay, now I've ended up with Odin. I could have just started with Odin and ended there, and that would be it. But that's also a thing. I think method chaining also promotes this kind of, hey, names are inherently problematic, so let's not bind intermediate values to names. But I have found the opposite is true. Binding intermediate values to names is great for debugging. So why not just write the code to be good for debugging to begin with? Sort of. That's how I feel, at least. And of course, you know, I suppose there are debuggers that can just sort of, you know, they can jump in anywhere. But I have found overwhelmingly that it's a lot easier to just have intermediate names, intermediate values, and so on. And those can be, you can just deal with those in your debugger. Maybe this is a tooling problem, you know, that's fair. But even so, it's a tooling problem I have to deal with. So that's maybe how I would say it. But yeah, I can see how someone would like methods. I mean, there's certainly like, yeah, there are situations where this can make for nicer code, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I don't understand the concept, right? I have used many languages that had either method chaining or they had other ways of composing functions together, etc. Like Elixir has, for example, a thing passed into func that takes thing, right? And we can compose that into calculate. Now we can compose that into put shit on the screen, right? This is just better methods if you think about it. It actually doesn't have some of the same problems, but you know, it still has some of the other ones. If you really want to thread errors through this, every single function here is going to have to deal with that. So they invented the with keyword, which is just this, except way more tedious and shitty, right? So that kind of sucks instead. Haskell, of course, has the exact same thing. If I have a thing, I can do an ampersand function that takes thing, ampersand calculate, ampersand put shit on screen, like this. And that's fine. If you want to take this section here and you want to just kind of normalize that instead, so you can use that, you can say do everything is equal to this here instead. Now we can call do everything on thing instead. Oh, there's no way the compiler can actually solve this. It's you. You would have to do it. If you want to thread errors through this whole thing, you just have to do that work. So that's really it. Basically. I mean, there's no good... If there was a good version of this, people would already have done it. And you can do this with the with keyword because it's a macro that literally rewrites code in Elixir. Other than that, you're just shit out of luck, right? So yeah. In Haskell, of course, with these variants, these here, they use exceptions instead. So, but that's just one long mistake as well, to be completely honest. If you really wanted to thread errors through this, you could obviously do it in other ways. If you had errors in this and you had some kind of monad and so on, it would actually be this operator instead, blah, 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 which probably would just be better to write do everything is equal to do, and then like this, you would then have value is equal to function takes thing on some x, etc. Yeah, I mean, there are solutions, but pretty much the solutions are just, we have to make some other construct that basically reduces instead to this other thing. It sort of injects these decision points in places instead, right? That's actually what the do keyword is doing in Haskell here. This arrow inside of a do here actually means or return, essentially, basically. Reflection in Odin? No, not really. I have used it. So I had a serialization library that I wrote for the project I was working on before for 2 years. In one section of that project, we had to serialize some data. I decided to try it with reflection first. And it was incredibly slow. Just incredibly slow, right? Because it just has to do things at runtime and so on. And so what I ended up doing instead was I ended up building, making a tool, much like the one we're doing here, that looked at the Odin AST and instead wrote out serialization functions and so on. So serialization and deserialization functions that wrote to byte slices, which is also what we're going to do probably in the next stream with this. And that was, I mean, I don't remember the exact numbers, but we're talking so much faster that it was laughable. Like just ridiculously fast. Because the only thing at that point that the compiler had to do was write things into byte slices, which it does very efficiently, and work with the exact sequences of fields and types that have been generated already. Right, so it's just functions, writing some bytes and reading some bytes, etc., from a byte slice, which is incredibly fast. So reflection was obviously a poor choice, but I wanted to try it, just to have done it. I sort of knew that this is probably not going to be the end version of this. And the truth is, it wasn't any easier than writing this code generation tool, to be completely honest, because code generation is fundamentally not that hard of a problem. Writing a program that outputs some code is not difficult. In what area specifically, Harry? What reflection is for? Well, I mean, if you use reflection to figure out a thing about a value once or whatever, I guess that's fine. So actually, hang on. We have an example of this, I think. Right, so here is my command line argument library that I use. I use for everything that needs to take command line arguments. It's based on types. So if we look at the README, we will see, here's how you use it. So we have a type here, command. We have one command, analyze log file. Analyze log file itself has this tag over here for how it should be CLI'd, let's say. And so we can have a short name, we can have a long name, we can also specify this as a required argument, and so on. If we don't specify required, it will have its 0 value, and so on. When I want to use this in the program, I can say CLI.parse arguments as type. Right? So I'll parse my arguments as a command. What actually happens, of course, in that is parse arguments as type goes in and says, hey, are you a struct? If you are, we want to create this struct decoding info based on that. Right? So it's not that you can't use reflection, but keep it away from anything that matters, like in terms of, hey, we really want to be able to send data real fucking fast on these sockets, and so on. Well, I don't think the compiler can feasibly do the thing that I did, I'll be honest. It's very easy for a programmer, but it's just not something that a compiler should do either. It shouldn't waste its time producing serialization code and so on based on types. It's just, yeah, code generation is something I think a lot of people should reach for code generation via programs a lot more. And that's kind of, in a way, that's why this stream exists, right? The whole point of the lookup program is not really to generate docs and stuff. The point of the lookup program is to show people, hey, we can just read the Odin AST via its own facilities, and then we can do stuff based on that. Like, this has not been difficult. It's been very straightforward, I would argue. For the most part, the only thing we're doing is we're just looking at what data do we have inside of these things. Where is it? Let's get it and let's put it in our own data format, and then let's use that data format to do stuff, right? That's the whole process. If we wanted to write serialization functions for these things now, we could literally just go ahead and do that. And that's what we're going to do next stream. Yeah, that's the plan, right? So yeah, the alternative to zig comp time in Odin is write a program that outputs code, yeah. Which is easier, I would say. Can it become more complicated? Sure. But more often than not, it's not more complicated. You just run it before any other code runs, and that's it. In one project, we literally just have, hey, generate the serialization code before, actually we don't even run it. We run it manually when we need to, because the errors you get are so simple and straightforward that you'll immediately know, oh, the serialization needs generation. We could run it automatically because it runs in 4 milliseconds over hundreds of types. So we could run it automatically. We could run it every time literally we build, and it wouldn't impact anything. But I guess I just never really did that. I never set that up because I don't like running things automatically anyway, necessarily. But, I probably should have. Yeah, there's not much coding going on though, homie, I will say. You may have missed most of the coding. because I'm probably not gonna work too much on this more. There are some things that I see that I would like to fix, of course, but like this bullshit here, I don't like that at all. We might try to, yeah, next time the first order of business is remove successive spaces, like compress spaces. That's a thing. Also, I don't like that this comma is here. Not that it matters, but you know. Oh, Thailand. Wow. Are you from Thailand? Or is it more of a, you live there, you're a foreigner, or you're on vacation? I mean, there's so many reasons you could be in Thailand, I guess, right? It's a very popular place. Cool. Yeah, there are a few Asian countries that I'm interested in, but I'm pretty happy where I am, to be fair. Despite some cultural differences, you could say. But I don't think that they would be any better anywhere else, to be fair. Maybe the problem is that I'm Swedish. Maybe the problem is that I'm me sometimes, more than anything else, actually. But yeah. Oof. Yeah, that is late. It's only 1936 right now here. Malaysia. What an international stream we have. Mr. Worldwide. That's cool. We even had someone from Iran before. That was... He disappeared. Hopefully he didn't disappear because of bad reasons. Indonesia as well. I just keep winning. Spain. We truly are a diverse stream. We have Swedes, we have Spaniards. I just realized just now I don't know what the word for people from Indonesia is. Indonesians. We have Malays. I think that's how you say that. We have Americans. Also known as people from the US. Because it's confusing when people say Americans, actually. Well, is Indonesians okay or is it correct? Hello, Chu. Hello from... This reminds me of Eurovision, actually. Which, you know, I'm not even a fan, but it reminds me... Hello to Serbia from Bulgaria. But yeah, so is Indonesians okay or is it actually correct? I mean, what's the actual thing you're supposed to say? Aha, okay, yeah. Both. Fair enough. Portugal. Man, I'm collecting nationalities right now. This is beautiful. Now we need a Norwegian, a Dane, a Finn. Canada. How are you all from different places? That's crazy. You would expect a few to be from the same place, right? I mean, there's a lot of places, to be fair. That sounded really stupid when I heard it myself. But, you know. Yeah, so we've had Iran as well. I wonder a little bit. There was a Dom Swede, which means we had two Swedes. We had two Swedes, maybe. I don't know where Arxiv was from. Actually, maybe I should know. We had someone from Bulgaria earlier, also yesterday. Oh yeah, hang on. There was a question. Oof, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here scrolling. Reed, you asked, have you written a GUI app in Odin? What did you use? 2D GUI. I've used IMGUI for this. I've also written my own 2D GUI library at some point, but I've never used it in production. It's not that complicated, but it depends on what you're doing, obviously. Like IMGUI just has a ton of features in the end. It's a very massive blob of stuff, right? But IMGUI we've used this for, production application as the 2D UI for a product. And then, of course, I've written 3D UI stuff, right? Because that's also UI. You interact with elements inside of the 3D world and so on. When you're making applications, quote unquote, right? You have to make your 3D world actually interactable in a sensible way. Obviously you do this for games and stuff, but yeah, you get my point, I hope. But yeah, IMGUI is what I would recommend, to be honest. I have a video on IMGUI. Oh, well, actually, I may not have a general video on IMGUI, but there is. Oh my god, sorry. Wow. So there's a video series called Odin in Practice on the channel. Odin in Practice was effectively a way for me to do projects, sort of like the streams, only offline, so not streamed, where I would record multiple videos in succession doing a thing. And part of those things were, at some point, for example, I was doing LC4 compression and so on, and we showed this in an IMGUI application. There's some hot reloading of the UI and stuff like this. It could be useful, but I will say the hot reloading I have not done since for the UI stuff. And what I mean by hot reloading, by the way, is that you compile your UI and it automatically reloads inside of the application based on loading a library, right? So you compile your UI as a library that you then load at runtime, and then, it works-ish. I mean, so my problem with that method, I'll be honest, and this is a great kind of thing to keep in mind if you do watch that video. Happy to see that Homie did watch those videos. So one thing to keep in mind with the hot reloading is that it looks really cool, but the problem is if you have any kind of data definition and you load that shared library and things are not architected very carefully, the data you have saved does not match the data that it should be, and so on. So you end up in a situation where you can literally just... Things have one view of how data looks, and another section has a different view, and they do not correspond to each other anymore. And you'll just get a seg fault if you're really lucky. If the application continues to run, you might just read the wrong data when you're reading a data, like a piece of that data instead. So it sucks. I mean, it's not always a good way to do things. You have to be careful where you have your data definitions, and they should not be changing across your hot reloads in many cases. Yeah, you have to be particular about how you save all of the data that goes into drawing your stuff. That's really it. For trivial cases, this doesn't really come up, right? But for real cases, it will come up, and you will have to do it correctly, because otherwise you're just going to end up in a bad situation. And it can be defensible in that case to say simply, hang on, we could just compile a program, basically. But, again, you can do it correctly. You just have to be particular about how you do it. But the simplest way of doing it is simply, hey, let's compile a program. I've done that before. Right? And then at that point, it's like, well, okay, it's really cool to do hot reloading, but you don't have to. So yeah. But yeah, IMGUI is what I would recommend in terms of 2D GUI stuff. Obviously, for certain things, you want to make your own, though. But when it comes to products and so on, that sort of depends, right? IMGUI is difficult to make look native, right? So if the product really needs a native look, you're probably not going to get there with IMGUI, right? But if you want an actual, like, it's just a GUI that does stuff, and you want a good development experience, I think IMGUI makes a lot of sense in many ways. There are some things I would change about it, and if I re-implemented it, I would work a lot more on making layout more straightforward. Laying out multiple things at a time is something I would solve if I really, really went into solving 2D GUI stuff for applications and making that a responsive process, for example, also. Because IMGUI is decidedly not solving that problem, is my personal view. Yeah, I haven't tried Clay. But yeah, Clay is probably a great choice. If run things through Clay and then figure out how to draw what Clay tells you, right? That's probably honestly a sensible thing. Nick Barker is a good programmer. I have no reservations about using anything that he's made also. I think we could all stand to use more. Hang on, it is Nick Barker, right? Now that I'm thinking about it, is that his name? Yeah, Nick Barker. I don't want to be disrespectful. So, yeah, we could all stand to use more Nick Barker stuff in our life, probably, over other things, right? And so I think maybe using something that specifically is for layout, yeah, not a bad idea. Then you just figure out how to draw that thing, right? Your problems become easier. You've decomposed the problem into two separate things. If you have a solid library that just does the layout stuff, you then figure out, okay, Clay is telling me I should draw these things in this, like here and here. And then you figure out how to do that, and your life is straightforward. If I were to make a baked-in version, what the things I would focus on over IMGUI is I would drop everything that has to do with docking. I would drop everything that has to do with multiple viewports. And I would solve layout. And I would scale font rendering based on signed distance fields. These are all fantasy ideas, mind you, right? This is just like in my head. It's not like I'm sitting here designing this actually. But those are the things I would want to focus on and see, can I solve this in a way that actually makes me happy? Instead of having to deal with multiple font sizes and so on, like you basically have to do in IMGUI. Having to do manual layout based on sort of last minute kind of decision making and so on. Those things kind of annoy me with using IMGUI. So I would probably try to solve those things. And honestly, the result might just look like using Clay in the end. So, But I would want to do it also because then I would, first of all, I would know how clay works and why it works the way it does if I do it myself. Also, just in general, solving that problem so I can get an appreciation for, you know, it's sort of like the same concept again. Like the problems involved in it become clearer when you do it yourself. So you can just say, yeah, I understand this problem now, in a different way than just theorizing about it, right? Because it could be that I am GUI is doing things in the only way that really makes sense, and so on. And here I am sitting here in my fantasy land thinking, oh, I would do this differently in that way because I think that's probably better. But that probably is doing a lot of work. It's just a theory, right? When I actually sit down and do it, maybe I would realize, oh shit, hang on. Of course, that makes sense. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about that. I will probably use clay, actually. Now that I think about it, this is maybe even like a project on the channel, to be honest. We might try to put this together with like, hey, let's use clay and let's draw what it tells us. Let's figure out how to build sort of clay plus our own UI to the UI. Sort of. Maybe. Ish. Right? Because clay doesn't do everything. It's just layout, right? So all the hover stuff and so on that you would want in an IM GUI thing, the paradigm, not the library. All of the hover stuff like hot IDs and so on, you would want to do on top of this, right? Because clay just does layout, right? I should know this, obviously. Right, so rendering primitives is what you get. Yeah, I really should look into this more. I should probably do it. Just sit down, use it. Then I wouldn't have to be so unsure in these conversations about it. Yeah, I mean, the things that you want to add, right, if you have this, your own IMGUI library, essentially, is... So if clay solves the layout for you, maybe it does hover as well. But you need that to be robust in terms of if something is on top of another thing, etc. You need it to be the correct thing. You want the previously active item, you want the currently active item, etc. You want copy paste. Presumably you want undo to be in there, and so on. And a lot of this stuff basically needs to interact with all of the UI, right? I am assuming clay doesn't solve all of this. So you would want to solve some stuff on top. It can tell you what to draw and everything, right? But I'm assuming like there's some, again, you know, I really just should use it, and then I will not have to theorize about this anymore. Right? At some point it becomes pointless to even sit here waffling about it, right? I do have time on my hands, so I can definitely sit down and do it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna sit down and work on this. Use clay, see what is it that you want to do on top, etc. And that will be it, right? Oh, well, let's plan. Let's plan what we're doing next time. Again, we're doing, we're removing this, right? So let's add some to-dos to the code. So the struct output here, I'm going to add the note. Well, no, I should add the note where we get the type for this. Struct type. So here we add a to-do. Remove successive compress spaces in type signature. This is not, it's not struct type that I want to look at. This is here. This is the one. That's where the to-do should be. So that's one to do. Also remove trailing comma, probably. That one doesn't really matter, I suppose. Also maybe remove trailing comma. With regards to the struct type though, I think there might be, it might be good to say remove new lines. Okay, now this to-do should be down here. Output struct in header section. Struct fields. I think probably the same thing here. Output variants in heading, not header, like this. That gives us less new lines, and it's just using vertical or horizontal space a lot better. And then we can just put docs below. Put docs under heading. Can anyone guess why this tool should exist other than just oh, we have a bunch of comments up here. Hang on. Can anyone guess what I was thinking about when this tool, I was thinking, hey, this would be neat to do on a stream in order to kind of show a little bit. There is an actual purpose to this tool, right? And it is slightly different from Odin doc in the end. Odin doc will probably be a little bit too much for this thing. The purpose of this is going to seem odd, probably, that I would think about it. But I found at some point that coding agents, they were spending a lot of sort of time just reading basics from Odin files when they could read Odin files, and so on. And so this is something that could potentially help a coding agent to basically look up surface type stuff, right? Hey, which functions exist in a certain package? And so on. So what you can do is you can write a skill that basically says, hey, if you're looking for information on these particular things from Odin packages, you can use this tool, right? This skill, and that skill would be effectively describing how to use the lookup program and so on. That's why I thought of this. Now, I haven't used agents in a while. I burnt out real fucking fast on these because of all of the testing that I did. And I ended up realizing, of course, like, this hasn't gotten that much better, honestly. Like, I don't know what the fuck people are talking about. It's odd to me how people really acted at some point like these things had become just super good. And I don't understand at all why that is, I'll be honest. It's kind of strange to me. Because they were acting real, like this stuff is so good now, it will, rock your socks. But it's really not that great. And I've used it for, I think I probably give off the impression that I use this only for Odin. But I've used it with Go. I've used it with, it's a tiny bit of Python. Because I hate Python, so it's, But I've used it with JavaScript as well. And of course, Golang and JavaScript are supposed to be, some of the, main languages for these things. But, the code is not good. Oh yeah, the thing about AI companies paying YouTubers, I have strongly suspected as well, yes. I think they're paying a lot of people. It's not even just YouTubers. And I think I'm reading more bot comments than I know. Right? I suspect that there are bot comments that I don't even know. I can't even recognize that they are bot comments. I just have this feeling that it's more than you think. And so on. Especially when it comes to people who like one of the companies, but they shit on all of the others. I don't know. There's something about some of the criticisms of Anthropic that strikes me as very... It's so timely. Right? So I really strongly suspect that there is some kind of mechanism that OpenAI runs that is essentially there to shit on Anthropic. But, I mean, can I prove anything? I can't prove anything. It's not like they're writing like LLMs. I don't know. It's so difficult to even say. At this point, some of it is obviously paranoia, I guess. But, I don't know. They just want people to depend on those tools that will eventually... Yes, absolutely yes. They will raise the prices eventually and it will become... it will cost a lot more than just outsourcing your programming right now. Definitely. One of the reasons of not using agents is that I'm borderline broke for coding agent. Yeah. Well, yeah. Some of these cost an arm and a leg. I've stuck to the range around like $20 for every provider, right? So I really only spent so far, I guess I've spent $60. Keen and looking forward to use it professionally later. Well, yeah, later maybe they will be better. The thing is, like, you can always just catch up later. These people who are saying like, well, if you don't get in on it now, you're gonna just fall behind and stuff. That's bullshit. You're not gonna fall behind. There's no magic to it really. Like being super good at using it and blah, blah, blah. This is just stuff that people tell themselves. These are the same people who legitimately think like this is, they're writing code that's better than human. And it's just, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Twitter bots, I suppose that place is basically just full of bots at this point. Like 50% or something of all users are just bots. I'm personally not a Twitter user, so I just don't really. I use this knitter website just to point at a tweet and just, like I did in the video, like look at this shit, right? But I don't have a Twitter account. I used to. I had one that I created in 2011, and eventually I just removed it because I was like, wow, Twitter sucks. That was a few years after. Any game dev lately? No, I've been working on a contract actually. That sort of, it was a short-term contract. I did some code review. I did some feature work and so on. It was basically something like a month of work, total work and so on. So I've been doing that mostly, and then I've actually, because I started doing that, I got really into this, like I just got into the flow with programming a lot more. And the place I'm at with the game that I'm working on right now is game design, right? And it's not like I'm going to design the whole game before doing anything technical, right? I have written some systems code, like basic stuff and so on. But primarily the work that I need to do on the game, and I will get back to it, is just design stuff, right? I need something to work off of. So that the game has sort of been on ice because I've been working on this contract. And I don't know, I feel really so good when I work on something that someone is paying me for. I can't even, that sounds obvious, and some of you will know what I mean. But when someone is willing to pay you for your work, it is the best fucking feeling, And so when I'm working for myself, I don't get this. And it's kind of depressing a little bit, if that makes sense. I get into this mode where it's like, I just don't feel as good about myself as if I was just working on someone's thing. Right? They will give me money to write code, be a wizard, How's it going? Can I contact you about an unusual channel What does an unusual channel opportunity mean? I mean, everyone is free to email me. Feel free. Absolutely. If you want to say it here, that's also fine. If you want to say it on Discord, that's fine. You can find me on the Odin Discord. It's all very transparent. I'm just Rickard Andersson there, right? So, yeah. Feel free to contact me about basically anything. I mean, within reason. But unusual channel opportunity sounds, weird. I will say I'm not a YouTuber. So, yeah. It's easier for me to lose motivation and forget about projects when I do them for myself. Yeah. You know the feeling that I'm talking about. This there's a certain of there's an extrinsic motivation in someone saying, I want to pay you to be a wizard. That really, it gives me a lot. I gain a lot from that, right? A lot of my self-worth comes from part of that. That's not a great thing. It's not, you shouldn't feel that way probably, but it is how it is. I've made like an example project in Unity once, and that's it. I've only really done my own custom engines for my own stuff, right? But yeah, I wasn't really a client programmer or whatever when I worked at game studios. I was a backend programmer at game studios, so I don't really have any meaningful experience from those things. And back in the day, when I first got into all of this stuff, right, the stuff that I made back then, there was no game engine you could use either. This was back in the 20 somethings, right? There was no off-the-shelf stuff you could use at all. But yeah, I haven't really made like a meaningful game in my mind. You know, so I wouldn't really even talk about it that way. The game that I'm trying to make right now will be meaningful, right? And it will be something that I genuinely think, if I had this before, I would have wasted so much time on this game. But again, as soon as I get, a contract coming up and so on, I just see the possibility to make money. I just love working. I love the feeling of being needed as a programmer and so on. This game project might take a while, hopefully, because, I do need money. And my company has some amount of money, saved from before. But you can always have more. And I'm not, rich or whatever. So I will have to take job opportunities when they arise in the end, right? How many job opportunities that specifically use Odin out there? Yeah, that's also a factor, actually. If an Odin job comes up, I kind of have to take advantage, right? Networking is the only thing I have going for me when it comes to contracts. Making friends with people, effectively. The way I got into contact with the company that I was working for about 2 years, that I was working with, rather, I should say. That was basically from this channel, because the guy, the CTO at that company, was commenting on my videos. He was trying to get into Odin and so on, and so the videos helped him along the way. And eventually I asked, like, how would you like working together, and so on, and so it sort of just went from there. But yeah, networking is the only thing that I have found that actually makes sense to me at all. Marketing is one of those things that really just works for, like, are you selling ice cream on a summer's day? Then being visible is going to work, right? But being visible in a world where no one knows what Odin is not going to give you much, to be completely honest. You have to sort of you have to actually just network with people and really take advantage of the opportunities that come up, right? Do clients specifically want Odin code, or do they? Well, this depends a little bit on the industry, right? In the specific case of the company that I was doing this stuff for before now, right? The need was essentially, we want Odin a little bit, in a way. That was because of the CTO was a viewer, right, on the channel. Then the need became, we need to replace C# and F# completely in Odin. So at some point I was writing some F# code, because of course I have, a functional programming background and everything. I'm perfectly set up to work on functional programming code, right? So that wasn't a challenge. But then it became essentially, we are replacing everything with Odin. One of the key reasons for that was this serialization code that I wrote, that I talked about before, we were serializing and sending things over sockets so fast that C# couldn't keep up. The F# code and the C# code that actually ran to deal with the content couldn't actually keep up because of basically having to create objects and stuff like this, right? So it became clear that the bottleneck here is that Odin is so fast, and the code that we have written is so fast and can do things so fast that the other side is simply not going to be able to keep up. So the result was we had to re-implement the client side in Odin instead. And then it kept up, right? Because it's Odin. And so on. So yeah, what I would say is it depends entirely on the clients, right? And a lot of clients are very particular about stuff like this, especially when you work for the wrong companies. So I used to work for a contracting company. It's basically an outsourcing firm in Bulgaria called Quantarol. And for a lot of the projects that Quantarol had, a lot of the customers essentially, I will say you got the feeling that these people, I guess they didn't really trust the company to actually make decisions. And so in those kinds of situations, they will literally tell you, we're going to use Node.js or whatever. And so one of the contracts that I was lead on, so we had a team of 4 people working on this contract, and I was lead on it. The client they basically said, we're using Python. And I immediately felt like, well, we could just kill ourselves in that case, right? So I suggested, okay, but you like typed languages. You want something that is plentiful out there. Why not just use TypeScript? And so on. So you can move the needle if you say things with enough confidence and gusto and so on. But it depends entirely on the clients, right? And it depends on their relationship with your company. If someone hires me, it's probably not because they need a cog in a machine, right? It's probably because they don't currently have someone who can really do the things that I like doing, basically. So I think in that situation, they come to the table with a completely different story that they tell themselves. And that story is, this person knows what they're doing. They have a lot of knowledge that we currently do not have in the team, and so on and so forth. It's just a story. It's important to understand these are just stories. It's always really just a story. When someone is underestimating you and stuff like this, what you have to realize is that in most of these cases, they have a story about you in their head. And that story, even if it's positive, even if it's negative, it doesn't really matter. They have a story in their head about who you are, what you've done, and how you do things that may or may not, like it might be so far away from the truth, it's crazy. It might be just a little bit off or whatever. There's always a story. That's really what all of this comes down to in the end. And how they treat your thoughts and so on is always going to be about that story. And that's really it. It just comes down to that. And so if you know sort of what their story is about you, then you can take advantage of that to, for example, make changes in a project where otherwise you might not be able to. So I happen to know that the story about me on that project was effectively, they were paying a lot more for, they had been told that I was very good at what I do, basically, by our CEO. when talking about this contract, etc. And they confirmed as much later, right? So I learned that they paid more for me than everyone else put together on that contract, which I think is silly Billy business for sure, but that's basically what the story was, right? So yeah, that's a very long answer to a fairly straightforward question, but I hope it was I hope it made sense in some way. Wow, I have missed some lines here, so I'm really sorry about that. Speaking of networking and the video idea about Clay, I have a program that I write using Odin and Clay for data viewer. I plan to open source it, but it's closed right now. Maybe you can use it for one of your videos. I don't know, just saying, for love of the community, I like to share it. No, you should just share it in the showcase channel, to be honest, on Discord, homie. Just share it. I don't think like I can try it absolutely, but yeah. I mean, well, if you don't identify any companies and so on, it's not some kind of secret that I have worked for Quantarol. It's literally on my LinkedIn. But I'm specifically leaving out the name of the company that we did this contract for. And I'm leaving out the names of my colleagues, etc., because it's not material, right? And it's not particularly fair, and so on, to say too much and so on. But in general, I mean, first of all, here's a general kind of lesson, by the way, about your position in this, everyone else's position in this. It's incredibly difficult to sue anyone successfully in the world. That's what I will say. So if you don't get paid by a client, it can be incredibly difficult to get that money. That's what I'd say. If you've worked for a company and they owe you 25,000 euro, you might just be in a situation where you will literally never see that money, no matter how much you try to in court. I know this from experience. Not the spending so much time in court thing, because other people have tried to get their money and it has not gone well, is what I will say. And 25,000 euro is a lot of money in our country. It's a lot of money. And so the general lesson here is really things that you would think would be safeguards are not actual safeguards, because the only way to actually enforce these things is in court. And going to court is expensive. And a lot of times the court can't really do anything. And yeah, that's it. So that means, for example, that you might be under the impression that your company can, for example, they can sue you for a product or something that you develop in certain situations because there's a contract, etc. One, in the EU, a lot of those contracts are not actually valid. So you need to actually, you can literally just check with your HR representative in certain cases and so on. It might not even be legally valid and so on. I found this out at a company. On top of that, they would have to go to court to actually do these things. And unless you have created the next Facebook or whatever, it's simply not going to be worth it for them to even bother with this bullshit. So whatever, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, the main lesson is simply, if anything has to go through a court, you may as well consider it not really doable. That's what I would say. It's basically not, it's not illegal really to do that thing that apparently is wrong in those cases, especially for the side that can have better lawyers. But yeah, I also I don't care all that much about sort of like talking about previous companies and so on. The company, for example, that owes me 25,000 euros is Quantarol in Bulgaria. If anyone ever is in contact with them, run. Just don't. You should not be wasting your time with them. Terrible company run by a terrible person. So yeah, I don't really give that much of a shit when it comes to, anonymizing a bunch of companies and so on when it comes to those types of things. If he wants to meet me in court for what I just said now, one, I have the papers to prove this. Literally, papers that say that they owe me that money and so on. So it's not libel. It's literally just the truth. And if he wants to meet me in court about that, then I'll meet him in court. We can just bring up the fact that they owe me 25,000 euro, so who gives even half of a shit, right? But yeah, sometimes mistakes are made, is what I will say. When it comes to things, if you don't get paid by a company, get out as fast as you can. You can give it like a month, but take it from me, it's not worth the risk of going several months with this. It's just not worth the risk at all. Depending on where you are, it's going to be impossible for you to get that money and so on. And you might not get any help from like the state or anything either, right? It's just, you're not going to see that money. It's not going to happen. Even though you worked for it and so on, it should be yours. You should have that money. A lot of stuff would be easier if you had that money and better, but you won't. You're just never going to see it and so on. So don't make that mistake. And I will say this, just because someone seems like a nice person, it's really, that doesn't make any difference, right? You really cannot take someone's supposedly good intentions as some kind, you can't buy stuff with good intentions, right? You can't actually do anything with someone's nice words or promises and so on. You really just have to say, well, either I have currency or I leave, and that's it. And yeah, again, you can give it a month or whatever. You can always be nice about this stuff. Like, stuff happens. Companies are not always just like it's just a straight line and everything is going swimmingly all the time. We have to understand sometimes that, the market can be difficult, blah, 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 all of those things. But very fast, your ears should perk up, red flags, all of that stuff. You just take it and you say, like, there's something else for me somewhere. There's definitely something else for me. Doesn't matter if you have friends at that company. Doesn't really matter. Again, the people in charge seem like they are good-intentioned people. They're doing their best. But doing their best does not pay your bills and so on. It doesn't solve your problems at the end of the day. You just have to, like IX Stern said, cut the loss and move on. Doesn't matter about the whole friends and the stuff. Like, you might have great coworkers and all that stuff. It doesn't matter at all. Because, so to what Homie was saying here is, the financial cost of this was, I can point to that and say that's the actual number, right? But the emotional cost, I cannot quantify to you how absolutely fucked up I got from this job. I had panic attacks for I don't know how long after. Like, they would just come up suddenly from nowhere. And the emotional cost, the mental cost, the psychological cost of that job was, honestly, it's worse than the money. I couldn't do anything. I could barely work at some point. And I love working. I really love working with code and stuff. So it really fucked me up in some real big ways. And that to me was the worst cost. It's not that the monetary cost of this, the financial cost, was obviously very big, but the emotional cost was way worse. And it's psychologically, like, never feeling like always like you're gonna end up in a tough situation because someone is gonna do you dirty, right? Like, I don't really trust anyone anymore at all, right? And it's this thing, again, you have to be super vigilant with people's good intentions and all that stuff, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Now you have this in your head all the time, that none of this matters. These people are doing their best, but it doesn't matter. You can't actually take that and put that in the bank, right? Oh yeah, my relationship, actually, even with my coworkers they stayed after I left. Even that it's very different now. I resented them, to be honest, especially because they ended up getting paid with money that part of that money was mine, So it's like, yeah, it changed everything. Going through this with that company it changed basically everything about, my relationship with, obviously, the CEO, the people who were there, my friends from my team that I was super close with. It just was never the same. And yeah, Hugo, this is yeah. Especially now, I can see the point, to be honest. People are willing to work through big issues, real fucked up shit, just because, they have a job. I understand them completely. It's really difficult now to justify leaving money on the table, right? Yeah, just to be clear, like, this stuff, it's a while ago now, right? When I think about it, it really pisses me off still, right? So it's not like it's completely gone or whatever. But yeah, the stuff, the residual stuff that remained for quite a while, that was fucking hard. I will say that. And this is stuff that, you don't say this stuff to your new coworkers if you have them, right? Necessarily. But it shows up. It shows up in your work. It shows up in your attitude towards things. It's very difficult to even feel a sense of loyalty when you go through shit like this, right? Well, yeah, Hugo, I can see your point, but I can see his point as well. maybe he doesn't need the money, but also he doesn't know where the whole career is going in the future, right? I don't know. This stuff is difficult. It's difficult to say what you should do. There's almost no, like, there are a lot more wrong choices than right choices in many of these situations. It's kind of like that quote, I think it's from one of the Russian classics. I don't remember which. I'm not a big reader, but it's basically, I'm paraphrasing now because I'm uncultured. A perfect family can be perfect in only one way. But a dysfunctional family, every dysfunctional family is dysfunctional in its own unique way. There's a lot more ways to be dysfunctional than there are just being perfect, right? So if you think about these things in that way, we're really often just choosing between varying degrees of wrong in many ways, right? Sort of. I don't know. It's probably a bad analogy, but you get my point, I'm sure. At least what I'm trying to say. But whether or not it makes sense is a different story, I suppose. But yeah. Yeah. My advice for him has always been to keep looking. Yeah, keep looking is good advice. I will say that. That can be stressful, though. I will say that. But yeah, he might be scared of rejection. Yeah, of course. Yes, rejection is definitely part of it. Very often, yes. Finding out that you're supposedly not good enough for some other place and so on, it can be stressful. Yeah. I had interviews with companies where, for example, I had one with a well-known. Actually, no, they weren't well-known. Actually, well, it was a Haskell consulting company. They wanted to maybe partner with us, and so they interviewed me for one of the things. Had a great conversation with their lead, and for whatever reason, they just decided not to. Sort of. And it was just like, well, okay. I don't know how to feel about that, but But yeah, that it didn't faze me that much. But it was an interesting thing because, again, I thought we got along real great, actually. But, you never really know also what's going on. I think their lead actually left shortly after that. So that could have had something with, to do with this stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Everything is just... Especially when you're dealing with consulting companies and stuff, it's very difficult to tell. Is it just institutionalized incompetence that's driving everything? Or is it actual reasons for stuff, right? Fogbank. It's a great name, by the way. 25 years ago, I'm retired. No, I don't need the money. I'm 52, but my body's broken up. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, if you're constantly anxious and stuff, you'll definitely have a tough time. Again, you'll probably develop these panic attacks and stuff eventually. It's very, very easy to mess up your psyche after long-term stress and stuff. Long-term stress, long-term anxiety usually tends to leave a pretty big mark when you're done with something. My worst episodes, personally, always came after I had left a company and left a big project and so on. It was often, that was the time when I actually felt like I was paying the cost for working too much, or being too stressed and so on. Because you suddenly kind of decompress from something and you realize this constant kind of pressure that you've had going on. And then it all gets just sort of released, and you're having to kind of face the actual, but you have time, you're reflecting on things and so on. And I don't know. That's personally for me, that's been the worst part of all of this. That's not to say that you shouldn't do those things. It's really just you should have probably thought about all of this stuff before and so on, so that these things don't build up and have to be released. But yeah. Wow. The second half of this stream is very, let's say, reflective. That's what I will say. I'm gonna end the stream. Next time, we're just gonna fix some of these small differences. We have some to-dos. We have some to-dos in some places. We're going to compress spaces in the type signatures. We're going to change the output of structs a little bit, just output them in the headings, and also add the to-do docs output here, like this. And yeah, those are the changes we're going to make. And then we're going to start working on some of the serialization code for taking types, basically probably using the code that we have here to a large extent, taking these, the information we've extracted from packages and so on, and making that into something that produces code that serializes stuff into byte slices and reads types from byte slices and so on. And that is then part of you can put it as part of a build step essentially, and get code that just does the correct thing with binary data the way it should. And then you can just say things like read this struct or struct underscore read or whatever, and it will automatically have the correct shape and everything. So you can read that from a byte slice and so on. And then when we have that, we can then put that inside of, for example, a program that uses sockets, and then we can write a protocol based on types where we can send the types without really having to manually figure everything out. So we can send the type, that's a certain command, for example, that we send to a server. The server can, of course, deserialize this correctly because we have the code that deserializes it as it should, and so on and so forth. And then at that point, we have a protocol that's based on actual types where we send these types back and forth and so on. That's the slightly longer term plan. And next time we'll probably start on the binary serialization, the library parts first, because there are some library functions that you want to be able to write and read basic primitives, primitive types, basically, basic types. And once we have that, we can actually do the code generation that uses those things in order to write structs, unions, maps, strings, arrays, so on. Slices also. So that's the plan. Now I have articulated it so we can actually have something to orient towards, basically. So yeah, that's it for today. Thank you to everyone who watched the stream. If someone actually sat through all of this, I'm very impressed, especially because we weren't programming for a very long time here at the end, but we've had some good discussions and so on. I don't know if I'm gonna do this tomorrow or on Saturday. we will basically just have to see. I might just do it tomorrow. But yeah, have a nice day. And